Yeah, the Zoom. So that I will not be here. Okay, yeah. Who did you want to do? The acting as the person or somebody else acting. Please, don't
Are we? We just want to ask them to network and then drop.
Hello. Hello.
That's the mic. Good
Good morning.
That's the mic. Testing. Mic.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. You're welcome to the maiden edition of the World Decarbonization Day 2024. My name is Chisom Gabriela Namdi, and here today is welcome once again. We're so grateful to have you for those present physically and for those of us joining online. We're super grateful to have you. Thank you once again. And welcome to the World Decarbonization Day 2024. We'll give you 5 minutes to drop your introductions, your declarations for those of us online, and also to network for those of us physically present here. And we'll be right back in 5 minutes. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
People are not here again. We can't start, but I can't. Yeah, okay. Please call
Responding.
please call him.
Okay.
It's something every one of us need to do at home, in the offices, in our environment.
And please, I want a clapping ovation. I have the privilege to bring to the podium our very own national president, Dr. Oladuni Owo. Please, can we clap? Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping until she's here. Keep clapping for our national president. Don't stop clapping. Come on.
Thank you.
I also have the singular privilege to bring to the podium this morning our very own representative of women in energy, gas, women in energy, oil and gas, are representing USA, our very own Mrs. Olapo Cotton. Can we clap, please? Keep clapping on here, all the way from the United States of America. Keep clapping. Welcome, ma'am. I would like to recognize our various partners, and then as I call their names and the various organizations, I would like you to keep clapping for them. So first, one to recognize National Orientation Agency, our very own Honorable Minister Mohammed Idris Malagi. I would also like to recognize Federal Ministry of Environment, our very own Honorable Minister Malam Balarabe Abbas Lawal. I would also like to recognize the Federal Ministry of Power Chief Bio Adilabu. Please keep clapping, don't stop clapping. I also love to recognize this morning Federal Ministry of Petroleum, Oil, Senator Heineken Mutugli. All right, this morning to Federal Ministry of Petroleum Gas, our very own Senator Ekubili Epu. Are you clapping? I would also like to recognize International Law Association, Professor Damilola Olawi-San. Please clap. Also, I would like to recognize Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dr. Chinyere Almona. I would also love to recognize Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, General Manager Dr. Tunde Ajayi. Can you clap, please? I would also love to recognize Rural Electrification Agency, the MD/CEO Abubakar Ali. Can you clap, please? I would also love to recognize Black Gold Authorities and Advisory, the principal consultant, our very own Dr. Oladuni Owo. Can you clap? I would also like to recognize Makitas Energy, our very Mrs. Tony Yusuf. Can you clap? Is that the best you can do? Can we celebrate and appreciate once again this people? All right, so briefly, we will be standing up to our very own dear nation, Nigeria. Can we be on our feet, please? Media, are you ready for us? We will be taking our national anthem, and then I would like that we all respect our dear nation, Nigeria. And we say, God bless Nigeria. All right, we can have our seat. I would also love to recognize our very own Kadosh International School. Let's celebrate them.
And at this point, we'll be welcoming our very own president for welcome address. Welcome, ma'am. Please, let's jam our hands together. As she comes to us.
And I say good morning, good afternoon. It's not on. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from across the globe. My name is Dr. Oladuniowo, National President, Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. And I'd like to use this virtual platform to welcome for climate change. The day underscores the importance of transitioning to a low carbon energy system that will promote collaboration among governments, industries, organizations, public sector, private sector, and indeed individuals to accelerate global decarbonization efforts. Through these yearly observance, stakeholders from across the world are encouraged to take actions to reduce carbon emission and adopt sustainable energy practices, contributing to climate change, mitigation, and sustainable development. The history of World Decarbonization Day. On the 14th of April, in a location called the WIOG Energy Hub in Victoria Island, Nigeria, 3 executive members of the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas sat and were discussing decarbonization as the solution to all the current issues and challenges we have around climate change, most especially from our own primary industry, the energy, oil and gas industry. Because of that discussion, we saw the need to create a day that will be recognized globally, that will create awareness, that will help to bring decarbonization as a solution to enhancing sustainable exploration, sustainable production, and sustainable usage of our natural resources, be it oil, be it gas, be it solar, be it wind, be it hydrogen, be it nuclear energy, be it atomic energy. The World Decarbonization Day invariably was established by the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, a non-profit association, to highlight the critical need for decarbonization in the energy sector and indeed across all the industries that fall under the global emitters. We have made two announcements already, three announcements. One was a pre-launch at the United States of America, Houston, Texas, on the May 7th at the renowned Offshore Technology Conference. The second one was a press conference, a national press conference done at the Federal Capital Territory of our own country, Nigeria. And the third one was also done at our commercial city, Lagos, Nigeria. This observance shall include significant initiatives that will help to indeed decarbonize the world. These initiatives shall be in form of projects that will help to capture the carbon, sequestrate the carbon, reduce the carbon, store the carbon, and indeed decarbonize the systems. There will be various collaborative projects aimed at promoting decarbonization, renewable energies, and sustainable practices globally. The date, September 3rd, was chosen to align with global efforts to combat climate change and encourage widespread participation. Talking about our annual themes and major initiatives, the inaugural theme for the World Decarbonization Day 2024 is collaboration, innovation, and action for a low carbon future. This theme emphasizes the urgent need for global cooperation to accelerate decarbonization efforts. It highlights the role of innovation in developing sustainable technologies and practices and call for immediate actionable steps and strategies to reduce carbon emission. In rounding up, I'll particularly like to give this part of the speech to appreciate everyone that has been a part of this journey right from the beginning. Over a year now, we appreciate the governments, we appreciate the members of the Future Energy, Renewables, and Climate Action team of the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. We appreciate every member of Women in Energy, Oil and Gas that have been a part of this journey. We appreciate all the government parastatals, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Oil, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Gas, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Power, and all the different ministries that have supported us in this course, even as we take it, make it a global movement. As we strive towards a sustainable future, let us all continue to recognize the importance of reducing our carbon footprint with a focus on sustainable exploration, production, and usage of our natural resources towards a low carbon future. Let us all work together to create a cleaner and a greener world for current generation and generations to come. And on this note, I'd like to wish everyone a happy World Decarbonization Day. And I'd like to also ask that we all turn to our neighbors, our friends, wherever we are. We can do a he acknowledgements. We can do a he thumbs up and say Happy World Decarbonization Day.
Happy World Decarbonization Day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
For that inspirational welcome address. At this point, let's welcome Mrs. Toyin Yusuf, the chairperson of FECA Committee, for her overview on the World Decarbonization Initiative. Please let's jam our hands together for her.
Hello, everyone. Happy World Decarbonization Day, everyone. We're glad that this day is here. On behalf of the Future Energy, Renewables, and Climate Action Committee of the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, I wish you all a happy World Decarbonization Day. This day is particularly important to us because as a sectoral committee within the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, we are for future energy, we are for renewables, and we are for taking climate action. And considering the 3 pillars of WEOG in terms of bridging gaps, the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas bridge 3 gaps. WEOG bridges gender gap in the energy, oil and gas industry. WEOG bridges energy poverty gap, and WEOG bridges energy economic gap. And how can we bridge these gaps without decarbonization? The world is being polluted in various ways. The carbon emission is way too much for our health and for our well-being, and even for our national economic growth. As we all know, let's take Nigeria, for example, and our natural resources. The fossil fuel, the crude oil, is our natural resources, and it is being demonized as a carbon emitting products. But we also all know that nations can hardly develop without their natural resources. We also know that with technology, innovation, and knowledge that is growing in the world now, we can actually explore these natural resources. We can produce them and we can use them, and still in ways that we can meet the net zero emission targets. We also know that the pain of energy poverty, the pain of economic poverty, and the pain of gender disparity affect women more. So the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas decides that we are going to take responsibility for the solution to all of these problems the solution to energy poverty, the solution to energy economic poverty, the solution to environmental pollution. It is decarbonization. And if we don't take responsibility, then who? And if we don't do it now, when? So that is why we have come up with what we call WEOG Decarbonization Initiative. And the WEOG Decarbonization Initiative is a bouquet of various projects, a holistic approach to decarbonization. And the WEOG Decarbonization Initiative includes why we are here today, includes today the September 3, includes the World Decarbonization Day. We have declared September 3 as the World Decarbonization Day towards a low carbon future. This is a day that should be celebrated. This is a day that will be recognized and celebrated globally and annually. Apart from the World Decarbonization Day, we have various other WEOG decarbonization initiatives, which include the 10 million tree decarbonization projects. With these, WEOG is planting trees to sequestrate carbon for carbon capturing. We are starting from Nigeria. We are planting in 774 local governments in Nigeria. Part of WEOG Decarbonization Initiative is the National Decarbonization Park. The WEOG National Decarbonization Park is a tourist center, is a knowledge center, and it is a relaxation center for all to learn, to see, and to experience decarbonization in all of its form. The WEOG Decarbonization, the National Decarbonization Park will have resources for training. We have hands-on training. You will learn in all forms. You will get to know how to raise high carbon sequestration plants and how to make money from them. And if you want to plant for yourself and for the world, you can also get those seedlings from the WEOG National Decarbonization Park. To learn and understand the skills and technology of solar energy, of renewable energy in all of its form, of carbon capturing, storage, and utilization, and of all forms of innovation that takes carbon off our atmosphere and gives us a cleaner and more healthier world. All of these will be experienced at the WEOG National Decarbonization Park. It will be so much so that if you come to Nigeria and you have not been to the WEOG National Decarbonization Park, you indeed have not come to Nigeria. Part of WEOG Decarbonization Initiative is the renewable energy projects. The renewable energy project ensures that we have access to energy, equal access to energy to those that are even deprived, to last mile communities and to less the underserved communities. We all will take energy access to all of these communities. We have the clean cooking project, and we all know how important clean cooking is to us as women, to us as human beings, and to us as the world, the citizens of the world. Clean cooking will ensure that we cook in a cleaner and healthier way. WEOG is promoting that. WEOG Decarbonization Initiative also include research and development part. We have the low carbon mobility project, which ensures that we do electric vehicles and CNG conversion vehicles, and so on. So I welcome you all to this day, the day of World Decarbonization, September 3. We are to the maiden edition of the World Decarbonization Day. And again, I say, Happy World Decarbonization Day. Thank you.
And we once again clap for our very own Mrs. Tony Yusuf, Chairperson, FECA. All right, it's time to do something very important. We'll be taking our declaration statement, and I would beg, I'll plead our pardon to please be on our feet. And then just place our hands, our right hands on our chests. Media, please can you project the declaration statement? And then we'll be reading it twice. Are we ready? So, all right. Are we all ready?
Yes.
At the count of three, we'll recite it. 1, 2, and 3. Today, I stand with the world to declare September 3rd as World Decarbonization Day, committing to a low-carbon future and pledging to protect our planet for generations. Can we take it once again? Today, I stand with the world to declare September 3rd as World Decarbonization Day, committing to a low-carbon future and pledging to protect our planet for generations to come. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. We can have our seats.
All right, that was an awesome one. Thank you very much to our president and also the chairperson for FECA committee for that overview. And at this point, we are going to the presentation by the children. Let's welcome the children from Kadosh School for their presentation. Please let's jam our hands together for them as they come forward.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to quickly appreciate the women in energy, oil, and gas for this opportunity to present. My name is Onome Wilkinson, the president of the Oil and Gas Entrepreneurship Development Initiative. We are in the communities teaching children since we believe they are the future of tomorrow and they are our future energypreneurs. Today is just a of what, or a tip of the iceberg, a little of what they can do. There was so much they actually plan to do, but because it's a virtual event, we want to just run through it very fast. I want to also appreciate Kadosh Glow International School, which is our pioneer energy club school, because we have energy clubs all over. So I just want to appreciate Kadosh Glow International Schools, which has been one of the schools that have partnered with us all this while. The students taught us, they made us, we didn't believe even the smaller ones can do it. And today, we just want you to know that the future is in their hands. We want to start with our 4-year-old, and we will tell you a few things in oil and gas that you need to know, and then do the presentation. Yeah. Okay, please tell them who you are. Tell them your name.
That's my cat. Oriyomi Winkisi N9. Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. My name is Latima Oriyomi Winkisi N9, and I'm an indigenous of Olugbe of Beya local government area of Bayelsa State.
Okay, thank you very much. Like Michael had a few questions to answer in oil and gas. Like Michael, what is crude oil?
Crude oil is the dark liquid found deep underground. We use it to make things like gasoline for trucks and cars.
What is gas?
Gas is a type of fuel used to cook food, heat our homes, and generate electricity.
What is alternative energy?
Alternative energy are different ways you can make power without using oil or gas. They include things like wind, sunlight, moving water.
How do we get oil and gas?
We get oil and gas by drilling deep holes in the ground, sometimes under the ocean, and we bring them up the surface and use them.
Why do we need oil and gas?
We need oil and gas because they help us do lots of things like driving cars, cooking food, and keeping our homes warm.
What's bad about using too much oil and gas?
Using too much oil and gas can hurt the environment. It can make the air dirty and cause problems like climate change.
How do wind turbines make energy?
Wind turbines have big blades that spin when the wind blows. This spinning motion makes electricity that we can use in our homes and schools.
Can the sun make energy?
Yes, the sun gives us lots of energy. We can use special panel called solar panel to turn sunlight into electricity.
What is hydroelectric power?
Hydroelectric power comes from moving water, like in rivers or dams.
What is decarbonization?
Decarbonization is the process of reducing carbon dioxide emission resulting from human activity, like in the burning of fossil fuel, such as coal, oil, and natural gas.
Thank you very much and God bless you. That's all.
Welcome everyone to our presentation on the journey of energy from traditional oil and gas to the promising world of alternative energy and solutions to decarbonization. Let's embark on this adventure together. Thousands of years ago, deep within the earth, ancient plants and animals were buried and transformed into oil and gas. This natural treasure has been the foundation of modern civilization. It powers our cars, heats homes, and fuels industries. But with great power comes great responsibility.
We drew deep into the earth to extract this black gold. Refineries turn crude oil into gasoline, diesel, and other products. Natural gas is used to generate electricity and heat our homes.
Oil and gas have driven economic growth and development, but they also have downside. Burning fossil fuel release carbon dioxide, CO2, a greenhouse gas that contributes to climate change.
Our planet is warming, galaxies are melting, sea levels are rising, and extreme weather events are becoming more frequent. The burning of fossil fuel is a major culprit. It is time to find a solution and reduce our carbon footprint.
Meet solar energy, clean, renewable, and abundant. Solar panel capture sunlight and convert it into electricity. It's a powerful way of reducing greenhouse gas emission, so explore other alternatives. Deep within the earth lies geothermal energy. We tap into this natural heat to produce electricity and heat building. It's clean and sustainable. And let's not forget wind energy. Wind turbines harness the power of the wind and harness the power of the wind and makes it to produce electricity. It's another fantastic resources that helps us to move away from fossil fuel.
Flowing water can also generate power. Hydropower plants use the energy of moving water to generate electricity. It's a reliable and renewable source of energy. Decarbonization is by increasing energy efficiency, adopting renewable energy source, and promoting sustainable practices. We must also support policies that limit carbon emission, carbon dioxide, carbon captures and storage. We must also we must also we must also support policies that limit carbon captures and storage and invest in research for new technologies. Capture carbon capture and storage can trap CO2 capture carbon.
The future of energy lies in our hands. By embracing alternative energy and committing to decarbonization, we can protect our planet for future generations.
Don't abandon me. I miss crude oil. I'm more than just fuel, diesel, and kerosene. You used me when you needed me, and now you say I endanger your life? After all, I gave you over 6,000 products like plastics, medicine, cosmetic, synthetic fabric, detergents, tires, handles, crayons, and asphalt, to name but a few. Please use me wisely and manage the emissions, and I'll serve you well without harming your environment. Together,
Together we can create a sustainable future. Let's energize our world responsibly.
So much to the staffs and management of Kadosh Glow School for such a beautiful and inspirational presentation. Okay, sorry, Kadosh Glow International School, rather. Thank you so much for that. It's to know that children are actually taking note of this initiative and they're also pushing it out there for children to be aware of their society and everything that is going on. We're super grateful to you. Thank you. Okay, at this point, we are going to call on Mr. Ibrahim Idahosa, the President and Chairman of Council of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for his goodwill message. Please, let's jam our hands together.
Once again, I want to just take if you note, please, while in my introduction of the agency, had a little mistake, and I would like to correct it. West Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Can we, with a clapping ovation once again, appreciate Mr. Goodman Idahosa for his good message. Suppose, can you come on your camera and then we can hear you more. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, sir.
focus on the subplane, the business case for decarbonization, leveraging sustainable practices for economic growth for Nigeria underscores a critical intersection of sustainability and economic development. Decarbonization is no longer a choice, but an absolute necessity. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we have already seen a 1.1 Celsius increase in global temperatures compared to pre-industrial levels, with projections indicating a possible 1.5 rise as early as 2030. In Nigeria, the impacts of climate change are becoming increasingly visible. Erratic weather patterns, more frequent flooding, and intensive droughts. These environmental challenges threaten agriculture, health, and the overall stability of our economy. The impact of climate change on economic stability and growth cannot be understated. As a nation, Nigeria must work towards sustainable practices to mitigate these effects and seize new opportunities for economic growth. The case for decarbonization. Decarbonization offers a pathway to economic diversification. Nigeria's economy has historically been heavily dependent on oil and gas. On intensive and volatile, especially into a low carbon economy for new industries and new technologies. For example, the renewable energy sector,
and there's a
solar, wind, and hydro presents significant growth potential.
and topping up your shares.
According to International Renewable Energy Agency,
Amazing returns.
renewable energy will create up to 24 million jobs globally
Public share
by
portal.
2030.
Directly go to
Nigeria can harness this opportunity
fcmb.com.
by
Or do a
investing in
first-time
renewable
subscriber,
energy
then
projects,
click on buy shares.
thus creating
Answer
jobs,
no to the questions: do you have a CHN or
stimulating local
TSCS
economy,
number?
and
Click
building
on
dependence
subscribe to
on
offer.
fuels,
Not a
on
first-time
fossil
subscriber
fuels.
and have your CHN
Investors
number,
are
then
increasingly
click on
considering
buy shares
environmental,
and select
social,
yes to the
and
question:
governance
do you have
criteria.
a
Yes. Determine contributions NDCs provide a framework for investors to understand and align with the country's sustainability goals. Initiatives like the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority green bond issuance highlight countries' willingness to engage in sustainable finance. Businesses that adopt sustainable practices can achieve significant cost savings and operational efficiencies. For example, companies that invest in energy efficiency measures can see reduction in energy bills by 10 to 30%. In Nigeria, where energy costs are relatively high and unreliable, adopting energy efficient technologies can be particularly beneficial. Practical examples include the adoption of solar energy by companies like Unilever, which has significantly reduced its operational costs and carbon footprints. Similarly, the Lagos State government's adoption of electric buses is a forward-looking move that reduces emissions and enhances public transportation efficiency. Climate change poses a significant threat to business continuity. Extreme weather events and supply chain disruptions can have far-reaching economic impacts. Businesses can enhance their resilience against these risks by investing in sustainable practices. For example, climate resilient infrastructure can protect assets and operations from climate-induced damages. The Nigerian agricultural sector, vital for food security and employment, can benefit from sustainable practices such as climate-smart agriculture. And this approach not only helps mitigate the impact of climate change, but also enhances productivity and food security. Government policies are increasingly favoring low carbon economies. In Nigeria, the federal government is forced to reduce carbon emissions through initiatives, the National Climate Change Action Plan, and various climate smart policies provide a supportive framework for businesses to adopt sustainable practices. Companies proactively aligning with this can benefit from incentives, subsidies, and favorable regulatory conditions. For instance, the Nigerian government's tax incentives for renewable energy incentives and green technologies can significantly reduce the financial burden of transitioning to sustainable practices. Collaboration and innovation are crucial to achieving the goals of decarbonization. Public-private partnerships can drive the development and implementation of sustainable technologies. The Nigerian government and the private sector's collaboration in developing Nigerian electrification project, NEP, is a case in point, providing solar homes and mini grids to untapped areas. Innovation also plays a vital role, developing new technologies and processes that reduce carbon emissions and transform industries and create new economic opportunities. For example, the emergence of carbon capture and storage technologies, CCS, offers a way to mitigate emissions from existing fossil oil-based operations while transitioning to cleaner energies. The business case for decarbonization in Nigeria is therefore compelling. By embracing sustainable practices, Nigeria can drive economic growth, attract investment, enhance corporate competitiveness, and build resilience against climate risks. The path to a low-carbon economy is paved with opportunities, innovation, and collaboration. As we move forward, let us remember that the journey towards decarbonization is about mitigating climate risks, seizing opportunities for economic advancement, and ensuring a sustainable future for future generations. Through our collective efforts, we can build a low-carbon world and unlock the full potential of Nigeria's economic growth. I thank you for inviting me to this event. Thank you very much.
Now my hands together for him. That was a wonderful one. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of this. We're super grateful to have you, and everyone super grateful to have you here. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful knowledge. Okay, let's move on to the next section, which will be the paper presentation. The paper presentation. Welcome, sir.
All right. One. Professor of biochemistry in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Professor Ike Chukwu. You're welcome, sir. Can we just clap?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me for presentation. I've already listened to the children's presentation, very exciting. Just give me a few seconds to bring in my slides. Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. Want it. Want it, sir.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes. We can hear you, sir.
Hello?
We can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Yes, please.
We can hear you, sir.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you once again. I'm here to present my slides. My topic says integrating industrial and environmental biotechnology for decarbonization. And I will just touch a little on opportunities for Africa. Now, we have talked so much about decarbonization, and I'm already introduced. I want to thank every person in the studio watching and the organizer once again. My name is Ikechukwu Onwura from the University of Nigeria, Professor of Environmental Biotechnology and Biochemistry. Very quickly, I will define decarbonization, which I believe many of you have already defined, in terms of reducing carbon in the environment with the sole aim of conserving energy and saving us from the problem of global change. This is a form of climate change. So let me quickly define biotechnology. And here I'm going to underpin microorganisms being involved, because we know biotechnology is already defined. Industrial biotechnology is talking about the application of these microorganisms, which are most consequence of synthetic biology, where we use them to produce the substances we need, especially for industry, which are beneficial. I'll quickly run through the slide because of time. So I will talk about environmental biotechnology of my presentation, because I address the question of decarbonization. So that highlighted microorganisms to be the center of our discussion. Now, I'm going to dwell much about what we have done in order to contribute to the problem of excess carbon in the country. Now, it's not only we have been able to do a system of microorganisms, of which slide you are watching now. It's a composition of maybe 2 or more organisms that can agree or work together. That is a kind of adapted microorganism that have been tailored to do a particular function, as the case may be. So this is a generalized innovation of our microorganism, which we have used to do 1 or 2 things, which I'm going to discuss. That will be our contribution to support this program, which is being embarked by our noble women in oil and gas. Moving ahead a little bit because of time, because I'm coming to explain 1 or 2 things about this integration. have a process in which we have developed to use a particular combination of nanoparticle and microorganism so that we can reduce the effect of excess carbon. So the idea of optimization in bioethanol production, which we have developed using this microorganism, Pistia kudrawasa, which is we have typed, it's already conserved in the bank. So this organism in combination of nanoparticle is able to produce enough quantity of our bioethanol. In this case, we're able to reduce pollution during its production. We're also able to save energy costs in the production. So economically, it is viable. So what we need is for industries to tap into this innovation and run a pilot project and see how it can be scaled up using our waste. In this our experiment, we use banana peel. The yield in productivity of biofuel and then energy conservation is quite commendable. So this is one out from our laboratory that I believe, if embarked on, will lead to a sustainable, even energy conservation. So the next one I want to run through quickly concerns the oil industry directly. In the case of mud waste, which have been deposited or thrown into the ocean in diverse ways. Now, what we have done is to use a form of bioremediation technology, which we call biothermodynamics, to treat this drilling waste. And we're able to come out with this result, reducing oxygen 0 to toxic unit to no observed effect when we tested the treated waste with our indicator organism, the ostracord. We also found out that the carbon dioxide emission was equivalent to this amount, which is very much reduced, 0.05 tons, the equivalent of global warming potential, which we have as 4.5 tons, or 1,000 kg of mud produced, which it was measured in terms of CO2 emission. This is quite commendable. I'm not showing the whole process because of time. I've shown us a diagram of how or what processes that we took to achieve this, but it is achievable. The energy consumption in this place. So we move to this. This is where I would like to concentrate a little bit for industrial production, where we still use the same type of consulting in preparation of biosurfactants. Biosurfactants are wetting agents. They are chemically synthesized, but we try to synthesize it using biological agents. They are very unique properties. Biosurfactants are also used for many things, production, cosmetic, production, in different forms. Each production has less energy demand by the method we use, using our consulting. Now, industrial application and role of biosurfactants is what is tabulated. Used in petroleum industry for enhanced oil recovery. It is used in environmental solution, in bioremediation, and emulsify hydrocarbons. We have done a lot of work using these surfactants. In the petroleum industry, it is also used in formulation of drilling mud. These drilling muds using biosurfactants are easily biodegradable. So that makes it very good. So this area is where I'm going to emphasize that to be important. I mean, economically good for Africa. It's also used in trade. With this organism. This one using Pseudomonas species and azotobacter. Two of them work as a consultant, supplying all the necessary raw materials, we produce the factor and other refractory products, which we can now separate by down processing. We have done a lot on this. We have isolated the biosurfactant with this organism, measured the efficacy or effectiveness of this process using what we call life cycle assessment. Now, the concentration of biosurfactant produced as measured is what I'm presenting in this table, 10.30 milligram per liter. Even though it's not much, but it can be scaled up depending on the concentration of the organism. So when you use Pseudomonas, which produces biosurfactant, and this azotobacter, which does not, but they can cohabit. Azotobacter produces nitrogen source for this organism is organism. So instead of supplying exogenous nitrogen, this organism supplies it internally by trapping nitrogen from the environment, converting it to the usable form to this organism that thrives in it and produces biosurfactant. So it is a sustainable process. It is published internationally, and I believe any person that can use this consortium will really move ahead. So this consortium has been tested in diverse operations, even in the remediation activities. Moving from this slide, we tested process using life cycle analysis. We looked at carbon dioxide emission, which is major key in global warming and acid rain. We also looked at energy consumption, and we tells us about economic value, and then toxicity of it and the hazard. So after testing this, we discovered that the overall result in terms of global warming, acidification, and electric energy input, our factory production in the combination novel microorganisms, the overall results show that it is sustainable due to nitrogen supplying capacity of azotobacter with high economic potential, since the higher values of the market offset the low fermentation yield. It is relatively low in energy consumption. So we have a lot of advantage using this process. And here is where I stop because of time. For further references to the work, these are the references that you can consult. They are published internationally and they are utilizable. So in conclusion, this novel organism can be of high benefit to industries who will champion the production of biosurfactants. And biosurfactant can be produced in large quantity because Africa has a lot of fruits, vegetable materials like rice husk, banana peels, and such vegetable that can be used in producing biosurfactant. So Africa can benefit so much by using this novel methodology to produce large-scale biosurfactant, which can be exported to other countries who do not have such natural products. I want to thank you, the the organizers. So I thank the organizers, the WEOG, for packaging this presentation, giving me the opportunity to share my little experience in this World Carbonization Day. I want to thank all those who have listened to this presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you and thank you.
Once again, can we appreciate our very own professor? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All right, up next is the President Nigerian branch of the ILA Global, the Chairperson, International Law Association, Professor and UNESCO Chairperson on and Sustainable Development, and he will be speaking to us on the topic, Harnessing Environmental Law for Global Decarbonization. Ladies and gentlemen, can you welcome to me to the podium, virtually though, our very own Professor Damilola S. Olawi. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The president of the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, the chair of the NIP, I want to respectfully thank you for the opportunity to be part of today's important and milestone event. On behalf of the International Law Association, I want to congratulate and also express our total to continue to support the World Decarbonization Day. Be proud of what the women in oil and gas is doing. We're really with you, and you can count on absolute support. At the International Law Association, we are lawyers that are committed to using the instrumentality of law in 18, that's more than 150 years ago, in Brussels, in Belgium. That become the most significant platform whereby international lawyers are called upon to advance peace and sustainable development. Of course, the Nigerian branch is just one out of the many branches of the ILA that are in many parts of the world. And the Nigerian branch was officially inaugurated in 2014 by Excellency, the then Chief Justice of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Aloma Mukhtar, GCON. And since 2014, we have been a platform for Nigerian international lawyers for social society empower. And today's event is an example of what we like to do as international lawyers, using our training to support important initiatives that will help the society to be just, to be inclusive, and that will enable every human being, and of course every Nigerian, to live life to the fullest. The world faces three significant planetary emergencies. The problem of climate change and so decarbonization is to tackle the problem, which is climate change. Because climate change is one of the greatest emergencies facing our current generation. And when I use the word emergency, I'm not just trying to, actually been legislated and declared as an emergency in more than 2,000 jurisdictions. And I mean jurisdictions, local government councils, and even subnational the world, as of more than 2,000 today, have officially laid out climate change as an emergency. And when you're facing an emergency, you have to use all the tools available to fight it. And law has always been an important tool to combat emergency, whether you're talking about insecurity, instability, economic problems, and climate change. Law is an emergency tool. It is very useful to fight every emergency. Decarbonization, as has been said by previous speakers, will enable us to remove the responsible change. In many parts of the world, climate change is not just an academic issue, it's a real life, it's a life and death issue. Whether you are talking about small islands like Tuvalu or other countries that are already disappearing because of the impact of climate change. Here in Africa, the problem of and it's just an academic issue, an emergent. And security, because when you have situation whereby out its own response to this global emergency. Now, the decarbonization has many been talking about the environmental dimension. Decarbonization useful, but nations, so the entire economy is tied to carbon. Those have to really the economic makeup. So how can we then transition away from by fossil fuels, oil, gas, create just entrepreneurship? You now have other oil producing countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, rapidly taking the money from oil and gas to develop alternative sectors so that they can be renewable. That is economic dimension that we must address. And of course, there is a social dimension of decarbonization. Many have said categorically, including a recent BBC, it's mainly club in many parts of the world. You go to the executive boardrooms, you find many men. And this is the problem not just in Africa, but across the world. And the problem now with decarbonization is that if you then have the same men making decarbonization policies and decisions, then there is a huge tendency to leave the important perspectives of women behind. And that will create significant problems because when we talk about decarbonization, when we talk about environmental problems generally, women are the most impacted because women are the ones that need energy the most, because women are the ones in many societies that play a primary role in the home. So the energy makeup of a country is directly tied to the life enjoyment of women in many societies, and Nigeria is not left behind. So if you're making any decision on energy, it will affect women a lot. And so they should be given the primary role of designing decarbonization policies. But what we find is that many decarbonization policies are designed by men with the men's mentality, which leaves the perspectives of women behind. And also when you then start solutions like that, they are designed in a manner to cater for the energy use of men. So we talk about decarbonization, about cars, about buildings, about the energy efficiency. But most will still have to do what they need to do, and anywhere else that they rely on it. So that we need to get everyone on board and on the table when making decarbonization policies. And that's why we say that the first address that same men's body that has been pervasive in the oil and gas sector across the world. It is looking at these three dimensions: the environmental, the social, the economic dimension. And it is important for us to say, are they decarbonization ready? Are they ready to support a just, inclusive, and sustainable decarbonization that no one behind? That is the question of the day, and that is where we must turn our attention. Of course, I have been practicing law for a while, and of course, in my role, I have served the federal government on the board of a number of organizations. What I see most of the time is that we have the laws, the implementation is what needs to strengthen the law. We have several Petroleum Industry Act. We have local content, the law. We have all these laws need to strengthen. And I'm going to use the example of local, most times when we say local content, number of goods and services created homegrown. We don't think from the perspective of the employed are women, right? We just say, oh, we've created 500 jobs, and it could be 500 men. So the implementation of energy policies must have a gender lens. Well, recommendation has always been my recommend that there is a need for gender vulnerability assessment when designing policies and when implementing them. When implementing, there is a need for that vulnerability analysis. How many in what employed in the executive category or just employed as cleaners, which will not pass the mark. So there is a need for us. So the need for targeted equality in law. You must indeed create those tailored incentives to increase the opportunities to actively participate in the oil and gas sector. It's not enough to say, oh, but we gave everyone the chance to apply. We gave men and women the chance to apply, and only men applied. In law, equality is beyond just giving everyone the chance. Equality is trying to ensure, equity is trying to ensure that, the vulnerable members of the society, those that are often marginalized, education, training, support, incentives to play active roles in the decarbonization debate. And so, to wrap up, it is quite clear that law will be very, very useful. So in this decarbonization agenda, we need those that will focus their research on these topics, on how to increase or improve gender outcomes, gender justice in the decarbonization debate. And I'm very confident that the women in energy and oil and gas debate show you of our commitment as International Law Association to training mandates. And of course, in this regard, we have been organizing a number of training programs to enhance that gender dimension. We just finished an important certificate in international law and diplomacy course in Abuja for a week, which was very successful. And we're already planning the second edition in Lagos, which will happen in October. And of course, you can find more information on our website. Anyone that wants to play a key role in this debate we're encouraging you to enroll for that course, obtain an advanced certificate in international law and diplomacy so that you can understand how decarbonization affects you, how you can be at the forefront of turning a problem to an opportunity. Because whenever there is a problem, it creates opportunities as well. How can you then turn decarbonization to an economic opportunity and a social opportunity? That's why we are here doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank Thank you very much for your attention. One rep of the day, P Decarbonization Day from the ILA. Thank you.
Can we celebrate our very own professor? Thank you so much, sir. All right. So up next, we'll be bringing our WEOG representative from the United States of America, Mrs. Dolapo Cotton. Can we clap as we bring the podium?
Is my mic on? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, and these remarkable children. Can we give another clap to these children? Your presentation was awesome. It's world class. And I told my national president, Dr. Oladuniowo, that we must take you to America so you can come and present this. I say good afternoon and happy Global World Decarbonization Day. What a victory. What an honor. Just like the last gentleman said, I believe he's the chairman of International Law Association, women need to be brought to the table so that we can give our own ideas and our own inputs into a way that we can systematically and sustainably reduce the carbon footprints in the world. I represent one of the oil and gas sections in that we do refinery. And as the association, Coran, we are actually working with other associations, with WEOG and other associations to see how, as being in the oil and gas industry, we can actually work together to see how we can, be useful in this decarbonization program and process. Actually, the truth of the matter is that most of the carbon footprint comes from high industry processes, like steel, transportation, and the like. Oil and gas refining and exploration actually do not have so much of a carbon footprint, but we still need, as an industry, to be able to develop cleaner ways, cleaner technologies, cleaner innovations of actually exploring, production, refining, and marketing. And I include marketing because marketing is transportation. So in the form of exploration and production, there are a lot of innovations that are going on that include AI, and other innovations. In refinery, we are looking at cleaner ways to refine our petroleum products, because whether we like it or not, crude is a hydrocarbon and it produces over 6,000 products. So we just need to find cleaner ways of producing or of refining this crude oil. And there's a program going on now that is called ESG, which is environmental, social responsibility, and regulation, which as an association, together with other associations and players in the oil and gas industry, we are working on. Because in the refinery and the exploration and production industry, we have to find cleaner ways of getting rid of our waste products. And all of this contributes to environmental degradation. It adds to the carbon emission in the air. So as an association here in Nigeria and in the US, we're actually global. We're not just in Nigeria, not just in the US, we're in Ghana, we're in Canada, we're in the UK. We're working together as a group to make sure that women's voices are heard in this decarbonization process. Because as the last
Because said women are the most affected, but we're the least listened to. But women in energy, what's our slogan? Women in energy.
Energy women.
Energy women.
Closing
the energy gaps. Energy women. Moving nations forward. And that is our mantra. And that is our core ideology, that we must have a voice. We must move, we must close the energy gap, and we must do everything in our power to reduce the carbon dioxide footprints in the world, because we can see all the results of being rather careless. There's not been too much regulations here in Nigeria, but we have to say that, this is a very, very important day for the world, and that, I congratulate WIOG, I congratulate my president, Dr. Oladuni, I congratulate the chairman, Tony Yusuf. I bring greetings from WIOG USA, and like I said, we're looking forward to having all of you next year at our OTC events, where we'll have a Women in Industry Pavilion, where we have an event also where it's called Get Him, and it's all about, bringing investors and financiers to support projects and programs in Nigeria. Once again, I thank you so much for inviting me. It's a great pleasure and an honor. And once again, happy World Decarbonization Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All the way. And it's an honor to have you down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for those of us online, please don't forget to drop your place online so we can know that you're
there and you're actively part of us in this move. Our next speaker is Dr. Inebong Eniola Awe. She's the Director, Department of Climate Change, Federal Ministry of Environment. She'll be joining us virtually. We're super grateful to have you, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Abiola, can you hear us? Dr. Abiola, please, can you turn on your camera and mic? Dr. Enibong, can you please turn on your mic and video? Can we just go on a short commercial break?
Hello, Professor Robert Hayes. Are you online, please? In the absence of Inobon not being online, I think Professor Hayes is online, so he's going to take us in the next presentation. But before we start that, we'll just read his bio. Thank you.
All right. Professor Robert Hayes is an associate professor of nuclear engineering at North Carolina State University, where he oversees the university's health physics graduate certificate and minor. He currently holds a joint faculty appointment with the Savannah River National Laboratory and is an associate editor of the journal Radiation Physics and Chemistry. He is also a licensed professional engineer in nuclear engineering, a certified health physicist through the American Board of Health Physics, and a fellow of both the health emergency response teams in various capacities, along with over a decade at the waste isolation pilot plant, enabling the geological disposal of transonic waste. He currently serves on the DOE-NNSA plant, enabling the geological disposition. Okay, sorry. I take that again. He currently serves on the DOE-NNSA Advisory Committee for Nuclear Security and Writing Committee for Professional Engineering, licensure in retrospective dosimetric for nuclear safety, non-proliferation, emergency response, radiation protection, application, and public communication on radiological risk. Ladies and gentlemen, can we invite on stage Associate Professor of Nuclear Engineering Department, North Carolina University, Professor Robert Hayes. With a clapping ovation, please.
Can you see my slides?
Can you please turn on your video, sir?
Yeah, sure. Can you see my slides? Are the slides coming up?
Yes, we can. We can.
All right. So ready for me to go?
Yes, we are ready for you, Professor.
All right. Can you verify that the slides are progressing?
Yes.
See the progress? Everything good?
We're good, but can you just put it on full screen mode, please? Yes.
Okay, it was on full screen mode. So leave it like this?
Yes, we're good. But it's not yet still on full screen mode.
It's not on full screen mode. My screen is full screen mode.
Presentation mode, please.
What is it?
Presentation mode.
In my presentation mode, are you not seeing it in presentation mode?
No, it's not yet on presentation mode.
Say that again?
It's not yet on presentation mode, sir.
That's odd. Okay, it is on mine. Will this work? Can you see it like this?
This still works, please. We can go ahead. Thank you.
All right, we'll go from here then. All right, so to start off with, I like this slide from the Department of Energy's Quadrennial Technology Energy Review, where you look at the actual life cycle greenhouse gas emissions from all of the different energy sources. So this is from grave, including fuel. And what you see is the reason why the renewables are so important is because they have very low greenhouse gases. So right here it's a 0, and you can see they're all quite low. Me being a nuclear engineering professor, I like to point out that nuclear is also right down here quite low. It's actually lower than photovoltaics. And one of the things that I think is interesting about this particular slide is that nuclear is put on the non-renewable side. So the non-renewables are on the right and the renewables are on the left, but geothermal is listed as a renewable energy source. And why that's interesting is that the majority of the geothermal energy comes from the radioactive decay of the primordial radionuclides, things like the uranium decay series, the thorium decay series, and potassium. And so geothermal is largely just converted nuclear, kind of like solar. But nuclear, it being the source of that, is in this, I would argue that if geothermal is renewable, then so is nuclear, because there are 4 billion tons of uranium in the ocean right now, just from natural runoff. Uranium, it's about 3 parts per million on average in soil, which makes it about the same abundance as tin. So it's actually quite abundant if you consider tin to be a reasonably abundant element. Another issue that, as a nuclear engineer, I like to point out is that the land requirements. If I'm going to want to impact the environment as little as possible, then I want to have a small footprint. And when you look at the different footprints from all of the different energy sources, nuclear has the smallest. So if you want to have the smallest impact on them that you leave the rest of nature untouched, you can have a nice then you're going to get the smallest impact from nuclear energy in terms, and these are logarithmic. So over here, photovoltaics, it's over 100 times more just in the deployment. That's only once it's deployed. Something else that's of importance is not just when it's deployed, but how much materials are required to get, again, going back, I'll touch you from the part of it, how kilowatt hour is, what's interesting is that nuclear is drastically lower than the traditional renewables. And the reason why is its energy density. Nuclear just has a fantastic energy density, whereas wind and solar have a lower energy density. So if you want to minimize the number of mines and smelting and milling and manufacturing, all of those are going to have their own footprint. So the more materials that are required to get energy, the more footprint, the more impact on the environment. In other words, if I've got to have a bunch of concrete for nuclear, that has an impact in terms of greenhouse gases and mining and manufacturing, but it's going to be drastically higher to get the same amount of energy if I go with traditional renewables. And so if I want to have a minimal impact on the environment, then the science says that nuclear is the way to go if I want to have a minimal impact. Now, one of the biggest concerns with nuclear is radiation dose. Risk from radiation exposure. Well, let's look at where the average US citizen gets exposure. You see here on the right, the half of the dose that a citizen gets every year is from the environment. The other half is from medical. Now, this is just an average, so that older people tend to get larger radiation doses because they have more medical treatments. And what you can see here is that the majority of the natural radiation exposure comes from radon and thoron, whereas the majority of from computed tomography, CT scans, and nuclear medicine. Now, you also get some from fluoroscopy and so forth. But what's really significant here is that if you look up here for the industrial exposures, this is basically from commercial businesses. A lot of this actually comes from radiography, but if you see, it's less than 0.1%. And that less than 0.1% includes nuclear energy, which is about 20% of the energy of the United States is nuclear. And this is the one that scares people the most. And it's the smallest, which is significant. So rate and risk context. This is generally the reason why people have an argument against nuclear energy. It's something that to with to radio materials. So let's look at radiation risk in context. What are doses and what are the consequences? What are the health effects? This is the subject, health physics, that I specialize in. What are the health effects and medical consequences of different radiation exposures? So let's start with a unit, a millirem. A millirem is about what you get a day. That's what you get just because you're walking, breathing. If you come back here and you look at this side over here, a millirem is about what you get in a day from all the natural sources combined. We're going to go up logarithmically. So we're going to go up, be taking orders of magnitude. 5 millirem, that's a coast-to-coast trip, LA back and forth. It's also the drinking water standard. Activity can you have in your water? You drink that, if that's what you have activity that'll give you every year. A coast trip, LA and back and forth. 10 millirem, going up orders of magnitude. That is the EPA limit for offsite dose releases. So if I have a nuclear facility, the maximum dose to the nearest resident can be 10 millirem per year. That's the limit that you can have to be legal in the United States. Now, it's still an incredibly small dose. This is the minimum dose you have to get if you're healthy, just from internal potassium. Potassium, it's essential to life, but it's naturally radioactive. And that's the minimum. If you're a small, petite female, the potassium in your body is going to give you about 10 milligram. If you're a large muscle, about 5 times higher, because potassium tends to scale with muscle content. And so this shows how conservative the regulatory limits are for radiation exposures in the United States. Now, people are going to think that if you bust that 10 milligram, that's dangerous and scary, but it's not. Again, this is the minimum that you have. This is way back here up on these. This is up in this internal still. The internal dose that you get just from natural radioactivity is still quite small. It doesn't mean that it doesn't terrify people. It can still scare people if you tell them they got 10 milligram of dose. Who knows what 10 milligram is? That's some arbitrary US unit that most people are completely unfamiliar with. Let's keep going up. Let's go up to 40 milligram. Now, if you're a large muscular male, this is about the dose that you get from internal potassium. Now, in the United States, we tend to have a lot of people that get too much sodium. And one way to address that is you can get a prescription from your provider that says that you need to start putting more sodium or potassium chloride in your diet, more potassium. You need to balance the amount of potassium and sodium in order to get the water, or the concentration internal inside your cells and in your cells, so you can get water transport between them. So that's 40 milligram. Let's keep going up, orders of magnitude. 100 milligram. This is about the dose you get for a pelvis X-ray. So if you've ever had to have an X-ray of your hip, you get about 100 milligram. This is also the off-site limit for a nuclear facility, or even on-site. So if you're a member of the public, the maximum dose that you can get is 100 milligram from a nuclear power plant. That's also the dose that you get just from background from terrestrial sources. So the radiation that's coming up from the ground, that's irradiating you from the ground outside of radon, this is about what you get every year from sources that are not radon, just from background. And that's the limit that you can get from a nuclear facility. And that's still, again, still going up orders of magnitude. That doesn't mean that doesn't terrify people. All of these doses, in principle, could terrify somebody because you don't know what they are. You know, what's the difference between 10 milligram and 1 milligram? Very few people know. 320 milligram, that's the average dose that a person that gets in the United States just from natural sources. So that's why about 1 milligram is about 1 daily dose of natural background, because 3 across the states. Now that number will vary by easily a factor of 2, depending on where you are. That's just an average, and it can vary by an order of 10 in some extremes. All right, 1,000 milligram, a full REM. Now this one can really scare people because that's the minimum for the EPA to be able to recommend evacuation. So I actually used to serve on the nuclear emergency support team back when I was in industry. Something that I did is I worked in radiological emergency response, and that was the threshold. Now, typically the EPA would wait until they got 2 REM before they would issue evacuation guides. That's about the international value. But to put that in context, now that can scare people. If you got to evacuate, that tells you that it's deadly, but it's not deadly. By anything from it, a REM, 1,000 milligram, is about the dose you get for a nuclear medicine scan. So if you've had a nuclear medicine scan for your heart, that's about a REM that you get. If you get a CT scan to the head, the chest, or the hip, that's again about a REM. And if you've got to get a CT scan to the head, you might be a little bit concerned, but it's not something that's deadly by any stretch of the imagination. There are known medical effects from this level of dose. And yet, because we're so conservative in the nuclear industry, that's where the trigger for emergency response evacuation is. And so that can cause a lot of misunderstanding by people to say, well, if it's not going to cause any measurable medical effects, why are you telling me to move from my house? And the argument is, well, we're doing that because it's conservative. You didn't ask for this dose. If you got a CT scan, you asked for that, and you have benefit from that. But if you got exposed to radiation, you're not getting the same benefit as a medical scan. So we're asking you to move from your home, and that could be very extreme for people to be moved from their homes. So they assume that the dose must be extreme. Again, going over orders of magnitude here, many orders of magnitude. Let's keep going. 5,000 milligram. So 5 rem, this is a legal dose to a radiation worker every year. So if I'm a radiation worker, like I am here at NC State University, I can legally get 5,000 millirem per year, and that's considered safe from an occupational safety standpoint. So this is 5 times that threshold for emergency response a radiation worker can get with no known health effects at all. And so it started to make sense why people would be terrified and not trust the industry if you're saying somebody should move at 1 or 2 rem per year, but it's legal to get a radiation worker to do it. That doesn't make sense. It sounds like you're hiding something, or that you're not being honest, or you're not really making sense to people. That, all right, 2,000 millirem. This is the smallest dose that we've ever had a quality journal paper say that you can have an increased cancer probability. Now, at that dose, if you get 10,000 millirem in a year, the cancer probability using linear no threshold is about 0.5%. So to put that in context, your lifetime, at least for a US citizen, the lifetime cancer probability is about 40%. So if you live long enough, there's a 40% chance you're going to get some kind of cancer. And so at 10,000 millirem, the only reason we saw this is because this came from radiotherapy for children, where you have to give them a massive radiation dose to kill the cancer. And in medicine, that makes complete sense. It's a very, very good medical practice, because if I do this, I don't have to cut somebody. If I can kill the cancer without cutting somebody, then it's outpatient. You walk in, you get the treatment, and you walk back out. You don't have to go in for surgery. And if you can cure cancer this way, it'll give the person another 10 or 20 years. There they go. That's just standard modern medicine. Journal papers show that you don't see something along this line. There's a lot of papers that at this point there's really nothing to see when you look at the statistics and the ology. Orders of magnitude, factors of 10 as we step through here. Now we finally have hit massive doses. 100,000 millirem or 100 rem. This is the kind of doses that the atomic bomb survivors had. So this is a 5% increase in cancer probability. This is good science. This we know is real, but this is so far away from those doses. They were many orders of magnitude lower. Let's keep going up. 500,000 millirem. At 500 rem, this is what we call a lethal dose. The lethal dose in the realm of health physics means that you've hit the LD5030. LD5030 means that 30% of the population, 50% of the population are going to die within 30 days without treatment. This is from acute radiation syndrome. And this, when you have acute radiation syndrome, when you've got a dose of 500,000 millirem, then your immune system basically shuts down. And so you need a lot of medical attention to get you through that. Now, the body will likely recover if you were healthy. If you had comorbidities, if you had burns or cuts, then you're a lot less likely not to survive through a lethal dose. And then finally, by the time you get up to 1,000,000 millirem or 1,000 rem, at this point it's basically hospice, where you just basically put the person on morphine or something like that, because you're going to have central nervous system problems. So the takeaway from this is that all of these doses up here, specifically ones up at the top, those are regulatory limits. And these are orders of magnitude below levels that are known to give health effects in a medical sense. And the doses way up here are the ones that terrify people. I mean, before you saw this presentation, probably most people didn't even know a millirem, especially since this is an international conference. A millirem is a US unit. To put it in context, it's the 100 rem where you get that increase in cancer. That's a sievert. And so the millisievert is down here in this substantially lower levels of basically centirem, if you were to use that value. And so these values up here, the regulatory limits, are way below levels that have any measurable medical effects, substantially, but comparable to natural background radiation. That doesn't mean it doesn't scare people, because unless you know, you don't know. And the default that a person will assume is, what is the worst that it could be? And if you assume it's the worst that it could be, even at a millirem, you might think that's deadly and terrifying if you found that out. For example, at the 5 millirem, if you found out that the water violated drinking water standards, you would think that's deadly, even though that's way up here. It might be 6 millirem per year, that you get, and it might just be natural sources, but that would violate the drinking water standard, even though it's way up here, which is many orders of magnitude below levels of any known medical consequence. One of the big things that people focus on is used nuclear fuel. These are the casks they're the representative casks that you can put them in for dry cask storage. And this can terrify people. They think of green goo like in The Simpsons, but really it's just ceramics that are put in bundles that go into these casks. That's really all it is. It's a ceramic. It's not a liquid. To contextualize how bad is this problem that terrifies people, used nuclear fuel, spent nuclear waste, this terrifies people. The United States, for about the past 50 years, has received about 20% of its electricity from nuclear energy. So the biggest economy on the planet getting 20% of electricity, that is huge. That's an enormous amount of energy. And all of the spent fuel from all of that energy would not fill up a single football field above 10 meters high. All of these casks from all of the energy in the United States would not fill up a single football field if you stack them side by side. And by law, when you see a storage facility like this, by law, this boundary where that fence is, where the public can get up to, remember that's 100 millirem per year. That's basically a fraction of natural background radiation is what you can get from those casks when you're at the fence. Again, somebody might be terrified. They would think that that would be deadly to walk up to that fence, but it's a fraction of natural background by law in the United States. Well, how scary are these things? They have to go through extensive testing. In order to get a license to build one of these, you got to first take the cask and drop it onto it from 30 feet onto an unyielding. I'll say, what is the weakest point that cask has? You have to drop it on that weakest point. If it passes that, it's got to pass that without leaking. And then you've got to take that same cask and drop it onto a 40-inch steel bar. Or sorry, a 40-inch drop onto a steel bar on again to its weakest point, and then it still can't leak. And then I've got to burn it at almost 1500 degrees Fahrenheit for half an hour, and then I've got to submerge it in water, the same cask. And if that cask can pass. And the reason for this sequence is that this is considered to be the most extreme set of transportation accidents you could have. It could basically, it could fall down a cliff, it could fall onto a rock, it could roll into a tunnel and be on fire, and then be pushed out into a lake and be submerged. And so it's got to, your design has to go through all of these sequentially and pass it without leaking to get a license, so that they're virtually indestructible. I mean, you could destroy them, of course, but they're even before 9/11 in the United States, the designs had to withstand a jet impact. So that's the containment. That's the thing that Chernobyl didn't have, that by law, all US reactors had to have, is that a large jetliner would have to be able to run into your nuclear power plant and no leaks. Now that's just crazy, crazy safe. Well, let's look at the buzzwords that you often have against using nuclear energy. And some people will say, just the word Chernobyl or Fukushima or 3 Mile Island, any of those for many people is considered a justification to avoid nuclear energy because they're so terrifying. Well, let's contextualize those. How bad were they? If you look at 3 Mile Island, remember the risk in context. The dose I started with, 1 millirem, the very, very top, that was the average dose to the US citizen in the population there, the average dose to that population there from the entire event. That still terrifies people. That's why I picked a millirem. That still terrifies people, because if you don't know what a millirem is, you don't know. For all you know, it could kill you. It could cause, to make you grow a third eye, bring about Godzilla, who knows? But that contextualizes the significance of 3 Mile Island. Because it had a containment, it met all the US standards at the time. And obviously we've increased our standards and the requirements to legally operate in the United States. Well, what about Fukushima? That was a Western design. It had a containment, and yet it still had a release. Now, to contextualize that, it was triggered by a tsunami that killed 20,000 people. Basically, a biblical-sized earthquake and a biblical-sized tsunami killed 20,000 residents of Japan. If you look at the radioactive release from Fukushima, it was insufficient to produce any expected measurable medical effects in the Japanese public ever. United Nations, the World Health Organization, all the review papers, they're all consistent on that. And the reason why is because the maximum dose to the public was below that 1,000 milligram. It was below the trigger for the EPA to actually initiate emergency evacuation. And so as a result, the only people that died from Fukushima were from the panicked evacuation. Fukushima did not kill anybody in the public as a result of that radiation. In fact, the dose was so low, there are no expected measurable medical effects ever. I emphasize that, ever. And yet it completely terrorizes people to this day, even though the doses were that low. The dose from Fukushima was less than a single CT scan to the chest, head, or hip. That's how small the release was, because it had a containment. Now, it had a number of other issues that would not have been appropriate in the United States, but the point is that the main killer there was fear. Same with 3 Mile Island. It just terrifies people, so that the stress-related effects are the only effects that you get because of fear and the stress and the health effects that come from that. Chernobyl, that's a whole different, Chernobyl, I would say, is like comparing the Hindenburg to modern jet travel. They're a completely different technology, and it was a very poor design. Even with that, it did cause quite a few caused dozens of acute radiation syndrome. So dozens of workers got that lethal dose. Members in the public, they also got doses that were significant enough to actually induce cancer. Something on the order of about 4,000 to 6,000 cancers resulted from Chernobyl, but largely that was because they didn't do emergency response. Now, obviously, that you could have avoided it with either good design, you could have avoided it by operating it properly, and you could have avoided most of the public impact by having an emergency response, not covering it up. And so Chernobyl is just a really bad example of, or maybe a good example of doing it bad. Because there was a comedy of errors almost in terms of the way that the Soviet Union did that. A lot of people argue, well, how can you be sure that you can keep this stuff safe, right? You're just kicking the can down the road when it comes to nuclear waste. And this is an argument against using nuclear energy. In Gabon, there's a uranium mine that actually had a reduction in the fissile uranium-235 component. And what was found, if you look at the science, is that this was actually a natural nuclear reactor that had occurred as a result of the uranium that was present there about 2 billion years ago. And the reason why is that the fissile component, uranium-235 in uranium, it's got a shorter half-life than the dominant isotope, uranium-238. So that the uranium-235 is decaying a lot faster than the dominant isotope, uranium-238, meaning that if I go backwards in time, the uranium-235 grows exponentially. So about 2 billion years ago, natural uranium would have had about a 5% enrichment in uranium-235, which is the same enrichment in commercial nuclear fuel today. So 2 billion years ago, this was effectively commercial nuclear fuel enriched uranium, and water would trickle in and create fission for a few million years. It would fission for a few million years. And so Mother Nature made her own natural nuclear fission reactor there in Gabon. And the evidence for that was the isotopes. So if you take neodymium down here, it's got 60 protons. But there are different stable isotopes, meaning that I can have different numbers of neutrons in the neodymium nucleus and have it still be non-radioactive. If you look at the distribution, what is the population of the different isotopes? So the neodymium element that's got different numbers of neutrons. Natural neodymium has a distribution that looks like this. But the neodymium from Oklo looks like this down here. And so if you do a superposition of the two, you find out that the actual measured neodymium was effectively a perfect superposition of natural neodymium isotopes and the fission product terminal isotopes of neodymium. In other words, the fission products, the spent fuel, all the fission products from the spent nuclear fuel, that natural nuclear reactor, all the fission products stayed there for billions of years. And that's how we know, is because the isotopes are still there. And so this is the quintessential argument that geology works. Modern geology actually can predict what's going to happen over billions It's down here in southeast New Mexico. There's a little blow up of where it's from. And if you look at the stratigraphy, it's about a half a mile down in a salt layer that's about a mile thick. And this salt distribution is about the size, it's bigger than New Mexico. So it's the cross-sectional area is huge. It's larger than most Western states out here in the US. And at the place where it's located, it's about a half mile in about a mile thick of water evaporates. So the upper 2/3 is sodium chloride, and the bottom 2/3 is mixed sodium chloride and some calcium sulfate. So water evaporates from an ancient bed. So the point is if you put it in a place of stable geology, it will just decay down into a different kind of dirt. Now, a lot of people are concerned about safety. I've got a couple of interesting safety analyses from nuclear energy. If you look at typical, if you were to Google, what is the death rate for electricity production? So if you go to a large city like Lagos, you can say how many people have to die every year for Lagos to get electricity, or any city, LA, New York, whatever. How many people is it okay for them to die from industrial accidents or whatever, from any source? How many people have to die for you to get? Yes.
Sorry, please, there's just one more minute. Is it possible? Please, you have just one more minute. Is it possible to tidy up? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, this is the last slide. Last one's a question.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Yes, last slide. So we'll just put it there. It's fine. That was the last slide.
Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Any questions?
Any questions? Any question? Okay, no questions, Prof. Thank you so very much. Okay, good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be going on a short break now, and then I would advise that we utilize the red carpet outside to take pictures, and then let's put them on our various social media platforms using the hashtag Real and World Decarbonization Day. So until we resume, thank you so very much once again.
Our planet is dead to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I urge all of you, support the world.
Please, we can all go out to take pictures now. Let's go out, let's march out to take pictures. Thank you. We'll be back in the next 15 minutes. For the online audience, we'll be next 15 minutes, so please stay tuned. All right, for our online audience, we'll be resuming in the next 15 minutes, so please stay tuned. Thank you so much. I repeat, for our online audience, we'll be resuming in the next 15 minutes. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Our planet is dead to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I, Ogochukwu, support the World Decarbonization Day. Our planet is dead to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I, Ogochukwu, support the World Decarbonization Day. Our planet is dead to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I, Ogochukwu, support the World Decarbonization Day. Our planet is dead to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I always feel support the world decarbonization. Our planet is dead to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I always feel support the world decarbonization. Our planet is dead to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I always feel support the world decarbonization. Our planet is dead to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I always feel support the world decarbonization.
Our planet sustains us, but the climate crisis threatens our future. Carbon emissions has brought about global warming and extreme weather conditions. Therefore, decarbonization is the solution. My name is Sylvia Akuma Onikachi, and I endorse for decarbonization.
Our planet is dead to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I always feel support the world decarbonization.
Our planet sustains us, but the climate crisis threatens our future. Carbon emissions has brought about global warming and extreme weather conditions. Therefore, decarbonization is the solution. My name is Sylvia Akuma Onyekachi, and I endorse World Decarbonization Day.
Planet is dear to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I support the World Cabinet.
Our planet sustains us, but the climate crisis threatens our future. Carbon emissions has brought about global warming and extreme weather conditions. Therefore, decarbonization is the solution. My name is Sylvia Akuma Onyekachi, and I endorse World Decarbonization Day.
Okay, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So next we will have a presentation Bank of Malawi, also the Department of Climate Change, Federal Ministry of Environment. So please with a clapping ovation, and welcome virtually Abiola Awe. Thank you. Let's go. Proceed.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I hope I can be heard.
Yes, you are.
My huge apologies for the peace chain of timing. I've had to somersault on a number of programs today, but I'm glad finally I'm able to be part of this very interesting celebration. I want to thank the organizers. I've been hearing World Environment Day. I've been hearing other environments related celebrations. But with this World Decarbonization Day that has been brought and put together by the women engineers, I'm proud of you. And let the inspiration for the younger generation keep growing. Thank you. Well done. And I'm honored to be here. I really would want to have centered my presentation centered around what the ministry has done, is doing, and still plans for the future. So my presentation to this very noble gathering is outlined in the next slide, please. Introducing the topic that you all have been listening to and heard. What is decarbonization? Just in my own way of introducing my slide, to mention that decarbonization aims at reducing carbon dioxide emissions through using low carbon energy sources and reducing carbon output from industries, transportation, etc. High levels of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases contribute to global warming, leading to extreme weather conditions, sea level rise, biodiversity loss. Decarbonization also, very importantly, fosters innovation and creates jobs in the green economy and improves a whole lot of public-related health issues. Going to stop. Next slide. We can't talk about Nigeria without having an overview of Africa and what the outlook is in the world globally. Though Africa is below a meter, it's most important to know that it's really affected by climate change. And the continent faces severe impacts like drought, flood, and food insecurity due to its reliance on agriculture, limited infrastructure, and low adaptive capacity, in spite of its least contribution to the global emission. But in spite of this goal, we see the strategies that have been put in place globally to ensure the acceleration of the adoption of renewable energy sources, solar, wind, hydropower, to replace the fossil-based economy that we're presently having in Nigeria. Well, the highlights of successful initiatives in solar farms, wind turbine, and many other improvements in energy efficiency programs within the buildings, transportation, industries. It is expected that encouraging the use of energy efficient appliances, electric vehicles, and smart grids will also contribute to decarbonization. Promoting the development and deployment of green technologies, including carbon capture, storage, and hydrogen fuel cells. Importantly, the implementation of robust policies that incentivize low carbon solutions are also contributors to decarbonization. Carbon taxing, tax credits for renewable energy, and regulations of emission. This is the direction in which Nigeria is going. And you will recall that in Glasgow, countries were made to pledge towards carbon neutrality. And Nigeria, as a party to the UNFC, they made that pledge. And the federal government almost immediately demonstrated political will towards putting in place decarbonization actions and bringing to bear Nigeria's contributions towards carbon neutral pledge. Next slide. What's Nigeria's efforts towards carbon decarbonization so far? I will speak from the angle of the ministry. Across board, different MDAs, relevant MDAs, have contributed in their own quota to ensuring Nigeria meets her pledge of reducing global greenhouse gases, and also the commitments to the 2060 net zero emission targets. In this session, this slide, I present Nigeria's efforts and commitments towards the net zero emissions and the resilience programs. The federal government of Nigeria has made several climate interventions intended to mitigate climate change and increase resilience to avoid the excruciating consequences of climate change. It's important to note that a bill on climate change was passed, and this brought into operationalization the Climate Change Council, which has a mandate and a framework to articulate long-term climate plans for Nigeria to achieve the net zero climate targets. The government of Nigeria also submitted its revised and robust nationally determined contributions that articulates Nigeria's climate actions up until 2030 in response to the Paris Agreement. In addition, the federal government of Nigeria formulated and communicated its long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategy, LTLDs, and mentioned within these documents is that by 2050, Nigeria as a country will become low carbon, climate resilient, high growth circular economy that reduces its current level of emissions by 50%, moving towards having net zero emissions across all sectors and its development in a gender responsive manner. Through the Federal Ministry of Environment, Nigeria developed a decarbonization transition plan, which enumerated pathways for Nigeria to achieve net zero by 2050. The decarbonization pathway was a project research-based and capacity building for the implementation of a decarbonization pathway. Under the framework of this was supported by the AFD and the International Relations and Sustainable Development Institute, IDDRI, the project for the coordinator, and in collaboration with the Department of Climate Change and the Federal Ministry of Environment. This project provided the modeling and quantification aspects of a long-term emission development strategy. Usually and notably, modeling tools were developed under the DDP and were used, including the low emission analysis platform, the LEAP. Within this project, just before I go through the next one, it's important to note the decarbonization project was designed to generate a context of specific scenarios and long-term modeling that will offer substantial evidences to support the Nigerian government's long-term emission reduction strategies and our climate actions in general. The decarbonization, like I already mentioned, also had a handshake with other projects, policies, and programs that were aimed at reducing greenhouse gases. Some of the key policies for accelerating the decarbonization include Nigeria's net zero nation commitments at Glasgow, Nigeria's nationally determined contributions, which I already mentioned, Nigeria's energy transition plan, I already mentioned, Nigeria's Climate Change Act 2021, Nigeria's Agenda 2050 on the National Development Plan 2021 or to 2025, Nigeria's climate change policy, which has a lifespan between 2021 to 2030. Nigeria's National Climate Change Program for Nigeria's Economic Sustainability Plan. And this NICO 2050 is a live calculator that projects and gives modeling, it's a modeling tool for projecting emission, business as usual, and futuristic aspects of futuristic scenarios of the greenhouse gas emissions for Nigeria across sectors. Nigeria has also made a statement for its low emission development pathway through the document I already mentioned, low emission development strategy to climate change to give its gender lens. All these documents are available and would be useful for citing. And as we move towards ensuring that we entrench programs, strategies, action plans for decarbonization, this will provide a good reference points for need. Next. I already mentioned to you that the strategy document, which is Nigeria's long-term low emission development strategy, outlines a roadmap to achieve low carbon economy by 2050. It also aims at providing information for Nigeria to achieve information by which Nigeria would achieve the net zero emissions by 2060, while balancing economic growth with environmental sustainability. This national strategy document integrates climate goals with sustainable development. It focuses on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, promoting clean energy, and ensuring economic growth. The strategy emphasizes stakeholders' collaboration, technological innovations, and alignment with global climate commitments, aiming for a just and resilient transition. I already mentioned that this student under the Decarbonization Path forces Nigeria's LTLEDS and the spurs analyze sectorals, its socio-economic impacts, including employment, GDP growth, and poverty reduction, while considering all forms of emissions, both energy and non-energy related, long-term low emission development strategy scenarios. My slide provides information on the scenarios under business as usual and the current policy scenario, how all of this aim at ensuring that Nigeria contributes towards reducing global greenhouse gas emission as outlined in our national determined contribution reports to the UNFCCC. Still outlining the scenarios on the different sectors under the long-term low emissions development strategy. Under the gas economy scenario, under the renewable energy scenarios. Well, for all of this, it's a pathway and it's a journey orientation. Nigeria is on that pathway as it implements a number of these strategies, national actions, and plans. It hasn't come without its barriers, challenges, and opportunities to further. Some of the challenges, I'm sure you are aware of, technologies, the political and the economic resistance, transitioning away from fossil fuel. Just to mention issues of policy somersault here. Also, in our infrastructure in developing countries such as Nigeria to support large-scale decarbonization. Finances can be included in this. And for solutions to mentioned challenges, Nigeria has taken a bold step in employing innovative financing models. The green bonds is one of Nigeria's very innovative finance method of supporting national green projects. We also have public-private partnerships, which, like the one the women group are putting together, working with government organizations to build innovation hubs that would add value towards supporting a large-scale decarbonization programs. It's important to note that as we entrench stronger international cooperation with developed countries through exchange programs, through transfer technology, we will see some of these barriers being overcome towards ensuring and entrenching decarbonization processes. Importantly, an informed society will always be in a position to shift public opinion and consumer behavior towards decarbonization. And this is where the call to action, your role in decarbonization would include simple steps by individuals, reducing energy use, supporting sustainable products, advocating for clean energy policies, adopting sustainable practices that reduce carbon footprints, report transparently on all of this progress to enable governments have measurable, reportable, and verifiable processes that are on ground. Also, you're mobilizing large communities like what you're doing now to participate in decarbonization initiatives, from tree planting to local clean energy projects, are of great importance in moving forward together. Thinking globally and acting locally would ensure that global decarbonization is the collective responsibility that requires the participation and commitment of all relevant stakeholders. By aligning efforts and sharing best practices, we can accelerate the transition to a sustainable energy future. The journey towards decarbonization does not end here today, but starts the process for the future. I urge you all to continue your engagement, recognizing that every action, no matter how small, contributes to our shared goal of a sustainable and resilient future. Let's keep the momentum going beyond World Decarbonization Day. As the work we do today will define the legacy we leave for generations yet born. Next generation. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to more collaboration with you. God bless you.
All right, thank you once again, and Dr. Inubong, the Department of Climate Change, Federal Ministry of Environment. So up next, we'll be having a short video, and I want to say you should enjoy as the media team will give us that video. Thank you once again. Sorry, please, there's a little technical glitch, and we're sorting that out.
Resources we so desperately need. The solution is within our reach. Introducing the 10 million tree decarbonization project, a bold movement to restore our forests, capture carbon, and secure sustainable low carbon
Okay, Aro Jobe, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm happy that thank you for participating in the WEOG World Decarbonization Days. I was asked to give a goodwill message. I'm part of WEOG, so I don't know why, but still I would give one. So I would like to say that angle of my background. I represent the weather people. We give the information about the weather, and you know that there can be nothing on climate without weather. So we are the ones that tell you at the Nigerian Meteorological Agency about the situation of the weather daily. So I bring you good tidings from the Nigerian Meteorological Agency. And I say that we're in support of the WEOG World Decarbonization Day Summit. We're in support of the World Decarbonization Day, and we'll try as much as possible to do our best to continue to support. I would like to urge, in my own little way, everyone to plant it. We just saw the beautiful display that was aired on the screen now. Personally, I tell everybody, if you want to get good air, then you must plant a tree every day. In my organization, we talk every now and then about the quality of the air. Air quality is a major department in my organization. And so we try as much as possible to put it out there for people to know that whatever it is you do, it can come back to hurt you. It can come back to harm you. Just simple cleaning your hand and throwing the tissue paper just beside you. The kind of damage it does into the air, you never know. If you have kids in the environment, we have young people here who have asthma, who get easily irritated by dust or molds, or things like that, then it is important that we plant a tree to take off all the carbon in the air in order to give back oxygen. For me, health is very important with regards to decarbonization, because again, we are looking at the future. The children of nowadays are the leaders of tomorrow. If we do not take care of their health now, then it becomes a major problem in future. We are growing old already. We are getting close to our peak. So, but we have to consider the children who are coming, who are growing up. We have to consider the future and preserve the environment for them. Please, I would say to everyone, when you live here, even if it is in a little flower pot, plant a tree. In my house, I try as much as possible to plant. Apart from foods, you hear many people say, especially with the renewed hope agenda, they ask you to plant even for your feeding, because this is the era of boosting of agriculture. For me, even if you do not plant produce, agri-produce behind your compound, you can plant a small tree around your corridors, because you find people saying, we don't have a big yard. How do I build, how do I go and look for a compound or build a farm when I do not have a big yard? If you take a flower pot and you plant even one plant in your flower pot, you use tiny percentage of carbon dioxide in the air. So if you ask me, I would say everyone should try as much as possible to plant a tree in the environment. Thank you.
Can we once again celebrate our Vice National President? Can we celebrate? Thank you so much, man. Okay, so up next, we'll be bringing virtually Dr. Babatunde Ajayi. He's the General Manager, Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency. He will be speaking on the topic He will be speaking on the topic Lagos State Decarbonization Strategy, Success, and the road ahead. With a clapping ovation, can we bring to the podium virtually Dr. Babatunde Ajayi? The stage is yours, sir.
Through the slides quickly, but I'll also keep it very brief. So I'll be talking really, quickly on the decarbonization experience and the strategy that we have in Lagos State. So as we all know, Lagos is the state that has the smallest landmass in Nigeria with the largest population. So you have a huge population density. With that population density comes a high pollution density, because really pollution is secondary to the activity of people, right? Industrial activity, vehicular activity. The vehicular activity in Lagos is about 100 times more than what you find in the other average states, right? So it calls to question how much carbon and how much emissions we have. So there are 4 or 5 major sources of emissions in Lagos. The first one is vehicular, which is because everybody wants to drive to their work, or everybody wants to drive around town by themselves. The second one is stationary generators. Every house used to have a generator until very recently, because people need to power their homes. The third one would also be stationary from cooking. So you have a lot of cooking emissions from people who still use kerosenes, who still use firewood to cook, who still use coal. You may not think that it is common for people to use firewood, but you would then realize that we have abattoirs, we have fish processing zones where women still have to process food in different ways. And of course, processing fish, for instance, fish roasting is mainstay, is one of the very important and common ways of preserving fish. So we have those activities in different categories. Then we have industrial. Industrial emissions are huge. We have 12 industrial zones in Lagos. And each of the industrial zones will house up to 100 industries or manufacturing companies, in their own sizes. So all of those industrial zones have emissions. And of course, it means that there's a lot of emissions. I mean, there's a lot of greenhouse gas from there. Definitely need to monitor, measure, and then strategically reduce these carbon emissions. So I'll be diving right deep into our strategy. First one is that you cannot monitor, you cannot solve a problem you don't understand. So we clearly have done a lot of work in understanding the different sources and how we can help address the problems with each of the sources. So for vehicular, for instance, over the next couple of weeks, you would hear a lot of conversations around the sustainability conference. And the major thing around it is that we have data from the past 5 years. Every vehicle that has been driven in Lagos that does their MOT, or what we call vehicle inspection service in Lagos, they have had their data collected. So the data we have collected, the emissions data rather, so the data we have collected has helped us sort of build an emission expectation for Lagos. And this data has been analyzed. We have run through it. We know the kinds of vehicles that people have. We know the kinds of areas where people go around with these vehicles. So what we have now done is to be able to set emission standards. We have agreed on emission standards to say that if your vehicle is older than maybe 12, 15 years old, depending on how much emissions come from your exhaust, you may not be able to drive in certain areas. So we'll now label some areas as green zones, and those areas will then see less trucks and heavy polluters. So that is on the one hand. The second level would be for cooking emissions. So depending on which sector it falls, most of the cooking emissions are from private cooking at home and then commercial cooking. First of all, the commercial cooking at abattoirs, we make sure that people are not burning cow skin with tires. We make sure people are not trying to roast fish in very unhygienic and not environmentally friendly ways. So we are promoting cheap alternatives like the fish kilns that can sort of take in the smoke and filter it before it goes into the environment. The third one will be industrial. So over the next couple of weeks, we will be launching the Lagos Carbon Registry. And this registry is supposed to help us properly document, the emissions that we have from industrial activity, from vehicle activity, from even the home, the generator activity. Thankfully, it's now getting increasingly cheaper, to use NEPA, the grid electricity. Well, it is expensive, but it is still cheaper than using petrol or diesel, right? So most people will still use their banded electricity and then be able to account for how much of energy they are burning. So on our own side, for Lagos, well, we've set up a registry that is able to document the carbon emissions over the next couple of years, and then we can be set for the trading that is to come. So if you can see my screen, I don't know, but this is really just the carbon registry. I'll run through this slides quickly so that you may be able to tell the kinds of things that we're doing. Can someone confirm that you can see, please, if you can? Well, I assume you can. So this is the, our emission equivalent, how much of emissions that we have in Lagos or that we have seen and studied in Lagos. And Lagos has proper documentation for a lot of these things, right? So the second slide talks about why we need a carbon registry. You cannot mitigate what you have not measured. So for climate change mitigation, for public health purposes, to drive innovation, for economic opportunities, and a couple other things, there's a way it works, right? It tracks emissions, it does the cap and trade system, it gives you carbon credits and carbon offsets. It has its own benefits, and it helps you with transparency. Of course, it's only a registry because it's a transparent process. This presentation is not specifically, supposed to talk in depth on our strategy, but this is just one of the few things. I think I have made most of the points earlier. So we have developed a flowchart. We are launching it in a couple of days. On the 12th of September, we'll be launching it in Lagos. So we have done our registry portal. We have reviewed the laws. We have done an air pollution mapping across Lagos. We have done the mapping of industrial activity and industrial districts. Corporate entities are already onboarded. They have been onboarded on it. We have the stakeholder agreement scheduled for the 11th, and then the launch on the 12th. So the architecture is here. I'm sure by the time we launch it in public, then you can have access to it. But it's just to show you that we're not sleeping. I mean, Lagos is never joking about these things. So, well, I'm not sure whether this front end and back end access is very important, but the most important thing for us is that we have done our mapping, we have done our work, and we're really setting the pace for what we're about to embark on. We hope that over the next couple of years, by 2035, Lagos would have reduced up to about 25% of our emissions, and then we can be the lead states that other states can sort of learn from. So for me, I think that we're very strategic in our approach, right? From documenting emissions, identifying the sources, yes, documenting, mapping the pollution map of Lagos, or mapping pollution across Lagos, and then documenting the carbon footprint of Lagos. With that documentation, then we can proceed to actual implementation or actual trading of carbon or carbon sinking. If you have a forest, you probably can sink carbon and get some money for your forest, because some other people are in excess and they must be sinking somewhere, so that we can trade appropriately. So I'll just stop here. I think that the decarbonization agenda is more than important. I think that it is high time we started taking it very seriously. Lagos is holding by the neck, and there's no better time to pull everybody else into the net than now. On this note, I'd like to say again, thank you for having me over. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and share with this organization and with the good people that are on the other end of this screen. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Innovation bring our upstage.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present, and to everyone on the call. On behalf of Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, the Board of Directors, the executives and members, we would want to say a big thank you to all who have joined online and physically here in Abuja for this laudable initiative. Decarbonization is everybody's business, and that's the truth, and it should be embraced by all. Our world is bleeding, and it needs all our hands together. So all hands need to be on deck. And for this cause, I want to call on the general public. I want to call on all government organizations, private organizations, entities, nationally and globally, to join and partner with Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. Collaboration is the new oil, and we as Women in Energy, Oil and Gas are willing to drill from it. And on this decarbonization initiative, we are open to partnerships worldwide. So if you're on the call, if you hear this after the event, do well to reach out to us. Our contact details are on the flyers, and our website is www.weorg.org. And when you go there, you would see how to contact us for partnerships nationally and globally. So once again, I would want to thank everyone on the call, and yes, especially thank the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas and the FAIRCAR team for this. Kudos to us all, and together we will heal the world. And decarbonization is the way, because we will use our God-given natural resources and have the best of both worlds. Yes, we will eat our cake and have it. We will utilize to the maximum our natural God-given resources, and we will decarbonize and make sure that the environment is clean. Thank you very much all for joining once again.
Thank you so much, our National External Relation Manager. Oh, sorry, External Relation Director, WEOG. Can we celebrate her one more time? So we'll still be watching yet another video, next couple of minutes, and then we'll come back for the next event. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. This is Ojije Kominasa from Delta State Polytechnic, Otefowara, a Nigerian, currently in Kenya, Lake Naivasha Hotel Resorts. I endorse the World Decarbonization. Can you beat the environment? We have to help save our environment. support the World Decarbonization Day. Bye-bye.
Our planet is dear to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I, Ogochukwu Okelu, support the World Decarbonization Day.
I still a diamond endorse the World Decarbonization Day, 3rd September, and align with the International Women in Energy, Oil and Gas Decarbonization Initiative. Together, we aim to save our planet Earth from the deleterious impact of climate change through impactful action and innovation in energy sector. It's called for global endorsement for low carbon world. Happy Decarbonization Day.
Our planet sustains us, but the climate crisis threatens our future. Carbon emissions has brought about global warming and extreme weather conditions. Therefore, decarbonization is the solution. My name is Sylvia Akuma Onyekachi, and I endorse World Decarbonization Day.
Our planet is dear to us. It is the only one we have. Therefore, I, Ogochukwu Okelu, support the World Decarbonization Day.
I still a diamond.
Imagine a world where every breath you take is cleaner, where the air is fresher, and where the earth thrives beneath a canopy of 10 million trees. But today, our planet faces unprecedented challenges. Climate change is accelerating, and deforestation is robbing us of the natural resources we so desperately need. The solution is within our reach. Introducing the 10 million tree decarbonization project, a bold movement to restore our forests, capture carbon, and secure a sustainable low-carbon future for generations to come. This initiative isn't just about planting trees. It's about empowering communities, fostering biodiversity, and combating
Welcome back once again. So next on our agenda is our endorsement ceremony, and then we'll be doing it in such a unique style. So we'll be calling one after the other, and then we'll be saying this. All we just need to say is I, then you call your name, endorse World Decarbonization Day, and you say Happy World Decarbonization Day. Is that clear? Is that clear? All right, so can we repeat after me? I, let's just practice. Say I, then call your name. Femi Emmanuel Damilola. Say endorse World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day. All right, so to take the lead is our very own president, national president, New York. And we invite to the podium Dr. Oladun.
Ah, ṣe bá náà yẹn. Bọ̀ ìjà ṣe bá náà dára sí. Ọ̀ àní nǹkan tá a lè. Ọjọ́ kan máa fún mi kí n máa play ní ìyàbẹ̀ kọ̀. Okay. Okay. Low volume. Low volume. Low. Twice.
Fostering biodiversity and combating climate change. Every tree planted absorbs carbon dioxide, purifies the air, and creates a habitat for wildlife. 10 million trees. This is not a number. It's a pledge, a global commitment to protect our planet and to reduce our carbon footprint in a tangible way. We are partners
Hi.
with local communities, environmental organizations,
Oladuni Owo
to ensure that
endorses
these trees not only grow but thrive for years to come.
Happy World
We are
Decarbonization
nurturing
Day.
a new legacy of hope and resilience. With every tree, we're making a difference.
Next will be our National Vice President, Chapter.
This is the power of
Okay.
collective transformation. Join us in the 10 million tree decarbonization project. Together, we can
Hi.
create a low carbon
Funke
future.
Adebayo
We can run the
Arojo
tides against climate
endorse
change.
the World
Let's plant the
Decarbonization
seeds
Day.
of change.
Happy World
We have
Decarbonization Day.
The future in our hands. Imagine a world where every breath you take is cleaner, where the air
Okay, so we'll be inviting to the podium Mrs. Tui Yusuf, the chairperson, FECA, for our own endorsement. You're welcome, ma'am. Please just clap.
Energy women. Energy women. September 3rd. World Decarbonization Day. Towards a low. Thank you. I, Oluwatoyin Yusuf, declare I endorse the World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day, family.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, so up next, we'll be inviting the Vice Chairperson, FECA, Mrs. Stella Diamond, for our own endorsement. Let's clap this.
Good day, the globe, wherever you are. My name is Stella Diamond, the Vice Chairperson, Future Energy, Renewable, and Climate Action Committee of Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. I hereby endorse the World Decarbonization Day, 3rd September. Happy World Decarbonization Day.
Thank you. Can we celebrate her one more time? All right, next to be doing this will be our External Relations Director, Mrs. Hasia Hassan Audu, for our own endorsement. Let's celebrate her, please. Let's celebrate her.
I, Hasia Hassan Audu, hereby endorse the World Decarbonization Day, and together we can ensure a low carbon future for our children and for generations to come. Happy World Decarbonization Day.
Thank you so much. That's the External Relations Director. Next, we'll be bringing up on stage Mrs. Adeze Usoto. I hope I'm correct. The Secretary, Future Energy, Renewable and Climate Action Committee. Thank you.
We thank God that the day is finally here. Happy World Decarbonization Day. My name is Adeobi Uzetu Nweze. I endorse 4th September as World Decarbonization Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mrs. Adeze, Secretary. Next, we'll be calling on our children or kids from Kadosh Glow International School. And then the first person we'll be calling to come to endorse will be Onome Wilkinson.
Okay. I, Onome Wilkinson, endorse World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day! Benga.
I, Emmanuel Wilkinson, I endorse World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day!
I, Uchechi Evo, endorse on World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day!
I, is a miracle, endorse the World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day! I, Goodness Joseph, endorse the World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day!
I, Glory and Shuffle, and those for Happy World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day!
I, Francis, the proprietor of Kadosh Group International School, endorse 4th September. Happy World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day.
Okay, so for those that are online audience and you want to endorse, please just give a comment on the comment section, and then a chance will be given to you for you to endorse. So let me endorse. I, Femi Emmanuel Damilola, endorse 3rd September as World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day. Next will be Dr. Deborah.
I, Dr. Deborah Oladeji, endorse 3rd September 2024 as the World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day.
All right, so before we go to our online audience, let's just take 2 more persons, 2 more volunteers to want to endorse.
I, Simeon Egidi, endorse the World Decarbonization Day. Happy Decarbonization Day.
Thank you so very much, sir. All right, so 1 more person to endorse World. Please, you're welcome, man. You can come.
Yes, I, Ojelo Maureen, hereby endorse September every year. World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day.
Okay, anyone online? Media team, anybody online that wants to endorse 3rd September as World Decarbonization Day. Okay, so once again, can we bring up our national president to end those? Okay, 2 persons online. Okay, let's take the online. Okay, anyone? Okay, nobody? Okay, can we bring once again, he wants to re-endorse again. So can we bring up stage our national president to re-endorse?
Okay, because of the background, that's actually says World Decarbonization Day 2024. So once again, I'm doing this on behalf of the board, the advisory board, the national executives, the executive chapter executives, and all the members of Women in Energy, Oil, right? And I say we, the entire Women in Energy, Oil, and Gas worldwide, endorses September 3rd as the World Decarbonization Day. Happy World Decarbonization Day. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
As we will begin this meeting to, we would like to take a closing remark from the chairperson, World Decarbonization Summit 2024, Mrs. represented by Mrs. Stella Diamond, our Vice Chair. Becca, what type of innovation can we bring to the podium, Mrs. Stella Diamond?
Good day once more, the world. I'm standing on behalf of the National Vice President, Women in Energy, Oil and Gas. And I'm here to read exactly her closing remark to the world. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, fellow decarbonization and stability champion and committed change makers. As we conclude this incredible global groundbreaking event, we stand together as a testament to the power of collaboration, innovation, and collective action by reaffirming our visionary ideas, showcase cutting-edge innovation, and forge unstoppable partnership. All the while also igniting a sense of purpose that will resonate long after we leave the stage. Remember, the true measure of our success lies not in the word we've spoken, but in the action we take. Let us carry the spirit of today's theme, accelerating global decarbonization for a sustainable future, energy future, collaboration, innovation, action for a low carbon world, forward, inspiring a brighter future for all. Let us carry the momentum forward by driving collaborative action towards a low carbon world. We must continue to push boundaries, scale solutions, and empower our local communities to thrive in sustainable energy future. Remember, the window for opportunity for action is still open, but it is closing fast. Let us seize this moment, unite in our diversity, and prepare humanity towards a cleaner, greener, and more just tomorrow. Thank you for our organizers, speakers, participants, and all women, all WIOG members globally for making this event unforgettable. Let us continue to push boundaries, challenge the status quo, and create a world that is more just, equitable, and sustainable for generations to come. Thank you, and thank you. Happy World Decarbonization Day.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, ma'am. Always, I would like to be on our feet as we take our statement again. Are we all together? Media, can you help us? I'll just read out once and then we'll take it. Today, I stand with the world to declare September 3rd as World Decarbonization Day, committing to a low carbon future, pledging to protect our planet for generation. Are we ready? We'll all be taking it at the count of 3. So with our hands on our chest, are we ready? 1, 2, 3. Today, I stand with the world to declare September 3rd as World Decarbonization Day, committing to a low carbon future and pledging to protect our planet for generation. One more time. Today, I stand with the world to declare September 3rd as World Decarbonization Day, committing to a low carbon future and pledging to protect our planet for Happy World Decarbonization Day. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to a wrap of this program. Oh my, sorry, that's the media, please. We would like to take one more group of thanks from media. Media, please, would like to take. Oh. We would like to take one more vote of thanks from our very own chairperson, Becca, Mrs. Toyin Yusuf. Can we give her a round of applause? You're welcome, ma'am.
September 3rd. September 3rd. Happy World Decarbonization. Happy World Decarbonization Day towards World Decarbonization Day towards a low carbon future. Thank you, everyone. Distinguished guests, esteemed WIOG members, dignitaries, our speakers, all participants, our future of tomorrow, the children. Thank you for being a part of today. We made history together. So as we draw this momentous World Decarbonization Day event to a close, I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who has made today a resounding success. I would like to thank our speakers and experts who have shared their invaluable insight and inspired us with their vision for a sustainable future. Your contributions have truly enriched our discussions, and you have left us with actionable strategies to accelerate global decarbonization. Special thank you to our partners, collaborators, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Gas and Oil, the Federal Ministry of Environment, the Rural Electrification Agency, Federal Ministry of Power, State Environmental Protection Agency, International Law Association, Energy Commission of Nigeria. We thank you all for your support. And to the organizing team in the Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, my appreciation for your tireless efforts in planning and executing this event. Your dedication and hard work behind the scene have ensured that everything runs smoothly, and your passion for this cause shines through in every detail. For the WEOG team, I say 3 go, sir. For our National President, Dr. Oladuni Owo, go, sir. I also appreciate the National Orientation Agency. They are our partner, our support. We appreciate them. Our audience online and in person, thank you for your participation and engagement. Your presence today reaffirms the importance of our mission. You have encouraged us to keep pushing forward. Your voices, your action, and your commitment are what will ultimately drive the change we need. I want you to know that whichever way you want to support decarbonization, whatever action you want to take with decarbonization, you should start now. Whether you are an individual, organization, WEOG has a platform for you with the WEOG Decarbonization Initiative. You have a lot of projects in there that you can participate in and add your efforts to decarbonization. So as we leave here today, let's carry the spirit of World Decarbonization Day with us, not just as a once in a year event, but as a daily commitment to creating a sustainable world for future generations towards a low carbon future. And together, we all can and we will make a difference. Thank you all once again. And let's continue to work together to decarbonize today for a low carbon future. Thank you, everyone.
There's a place in your heart, and I know that.
Thank you so much for joining. So I'll be going out to sign the endorsement. So can we just have the person coordinating that? We'll be going out to sign the endorsement. Once again, thank you so much for joining the 2024 World Decarbonization Day. Thank you.
Ways to get there if you can't.
Please let's come forward and take pictures.
make a little space, make a better place. Feel the world, make a better place for you. Documentaries, it's for you, for me. Know why? There's a love that cannot lie. Love is strong and only cares for joy. Forgive me. We try to see this bliss we cannot feel. Stop existing and start living. Then it feels like waves, nothing left for it's growing. Make a better world. Make a better world. Make a better place for you and for me. And they have time and grace and their if you care about make a better place for you and for me. And the dream you'll see and will enjoy the face. And the world will shine it's raining, this earth is by its soul. It was plain to see this one's so high, and our spirits never die. You are all my brothers. No fear, together we'll cry happy tears. Nations turn their swords into plowshares. We can really get there if you care enough within. Make a little space to make a better place. Make it a better place for you and for me. And leave a document fix there. Make a better place for you and for me. Make a better place for you and for me. For me, where we live. For me, for our children. For me, where we live. For me, for our children. For me, where we live. For me, for our children. For me, where we live. For me, for our children.
All right, please let's all go out to go and sign the endorsement. Happy World Decarbonization Day once again. Thank you.
One day when I was parked in front of a traffic light, a car parked beside my own. I saw a girl so very fine. And so fly, I asked her for her number, but she told me I should throw her on the telephone, which I didn't think was right. So I shook my head and told her and rather go somewhere and sit down and have a civil conversation, only her and me, no one else to be about us. She smiled at me and said it was alright, said we should wait for the green light. That was the beginning of the love so fine, baby girl, and I sweet as I'm she gives me the games of girl. Last night she called me and he told me he was dating a lovely girl. He said she really drives him crazy.
A day dedicated to the crucial mission of reducing our carbon footprint and safeguarding our planet for future generations. I commend my fellow Amazons, the women in energy, oil, and gas,